Good evening. Welcome. Hello. Please don't steal my candy. I like my candy very much. Please don't steal it. How are you all doing tonight? Welcome. Excuse me. We are back with Ace Attorney. The music is going on. Oh my god, the evil voice for 2 minutes. Okay. Good evening, gamers. Oh, the sound of your spines. No. It's just a little box I keep gummy worms in. I closed it so I wouldn't be eating them on stream. I have to be real serious with you guys. I literally only got home like not even a full hour ago. I am that tired. But I want to continue this game. I want to finish this third case. I think we can definitely make it. I don't know how much more we're going to do, but I definitely want to finish this third case because we have 2 entire cases left afterwards, and I think they're going to be even longer. Like this one is already extremely long, so the next one is probably going to be even longer. Singing on the stream until the last second, you started your own. I can't believe it. is the power of several what's the word? Devices I can use. Oh, Monkey Yellow! I haven't seen you in a while. Ha. Good evening. Again. Oh my god, yeah. But that's what we're going to do. Last time what happened last time we were almost blown up by a bomb. Well, we managed to defuse that one, but the other one we didn't actually know about destroyed this entire thing. We can actually see in the background right now. There's a dog. Listen, I love dogs. Oh my god, she's doing it again. Why do I... Fuck you. I swear to God. Open your Alexa app to update your fucking settings. I will not do that. Why does she only do that when I actually am in my room and start talking? It's like... I should update these settings. I will, but I won't do that. Welcome. Good evening. Welcome. Hello. Hee. You were last playing like Little Nightmares, which is a nice game. I hope you had fun. Wow, who could have seen this raid coming? I couldn't. But regardless, thank you so much. Thank you so much. To anyone who doesn't know me, my name is Nue. I like the color pink, and I like playing RPGs and visual novels and stuff like that. And like, all kinds of stuff actually. I do play a bunch of stuff. I also like dogs, that's very true. I also like cats. I like most animals. Love you lots, thank you. I love you as well. But yeah, we are... for anyone who doesn't know about Ace Attorney, we are currently on the 3rd case of the 2nd game in this collection. So anyone who doesn't want to get spoiled on that, beware, because we're on the 3rd case. There is a Pikachu redeem for the Raiders, obviously. I'm so sorry. Hold on. Also, I have a little upgrade, so I'm a little more expressive than I was before now. Vega. Yeah. But yeah, what I was trying to say before this, I was on my feet the entire day because we love our expressive Pika. because I originally wanted to get a tattoo today, which sadly did not work out because there was too many people. So instead of getting tattoos, we got a bunch of food. A bunch of sweets. Very nice, very nice. I ate so much today, I don't think I need to eat for another 3 days. But yeah, please excuse me if I'm a little slow. I got home like an hour ago. So I need a little more time to get back into the flow of things. Oh, all right, we're jumping right in. We have to use our brain cells. I'm very grateful for every brain cell anyone tries to share. We are. Wait, who's charged with the murder here? The invention guy who knows Van Zieks. That's the guy we're trying to get off the case because he's charged for murder, even though it wasn't him. And we found the guy who made the giant machine that exploded. He looks pretty fucking suspicious. Suspicious is the word I'm searching for. Do we get nickels for sharing our brain cells? I'm gonna see if I can find some. Gonna see if I can find some nickels to share. Sus. Yeah. Oh my god, did you guys see the Wonderfest was today, and they announced an Among Us crewmate Nandroid who does the shh kind of pose. Like fucking, are you kidding me? There's so many anime where I'm like, please give me some figurines, please. They made a fucking Among Us Nandroid. It's probably going to. We don't know. Yeah. Seriously. Yeah, seriously. Hold up. Can I find that real quickly? Hold on. Let me see if I can find a Wonderfest Nandroid Among Us. Hold on. No. Why am I only finding... Oh, I'm not finding the one that they announced today. No, there it is. Does that work? No, that doesn't work. I accidentally muted myself, yes. I don't know what button I pressed to do that. I didn't even know I had a shortcut for that. That's good to know that I can mute myself. What kind of button do I have? The fuck? Hotkeys? Do I have a hotkey for muting myself? The hell? I don't think so. I don't think so, but I sure did that. I don't know. Would never happen to me. Who else but Nua? I can do everything. I can accidentally mute myself and not notice. So thank you for immediately telling me. And you're finding new features by accident. Since when did you not hear me anymore? Because I was just talking about and androids have so many parts, blah blah blah. You have to keep all the boxes and stuff, in case you ever want to sell them again. And I'm running out of space to keep all these boxes at the Among Us part. Oh man, I was talking about how I try not to buy. I try not to buy androids as much, because they take up so much space. Because you have to keep the boxes with all the other parts in. And I was also saying I wonder what color they're going to make the Among Us figurine in. Like, I'm thinking it's probably going to be red, because the red one is the one everyone knows. I think that's the color I've seen the most. I haven't actually played Among Us. Like, I played it like 3 times when it first came out, and I haven't since then, because it's hard to get people together. But yeah, okay. Enough about Among Us. Let's use our brain cells. It's the 24th of October, 9:11 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruto. Good morning to you. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? No. I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows. Ah, right. I forgot I gave you that outfit. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Just want to say your model's great. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. What's wrong with my nose just right now? Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but My dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, what's wrong with my nose? Please don't be a nosebleed. I don't need a nosebleed on stream. Excuse me. Please don't be a nosebleed. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? No lie, it's great. I like it. Oh, thank you. My papa did a lot of good work here. Very grateful. If you want to check them out, I have them linked down below in the About section and the Credits section, because they make great art. What's the matter? Oh, surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not, to be cast in my direction? Sorry, I don't follow. Saw some of it, shows you good taste. Aww! Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree. It's 8 a.m. I got up at 7:30 today. Because I overslept. And then I was almost late because my friend was like, "Oh yeah, let's take the train," and I was thinking, and showed me like a screenshot of the train schedule, and I was like, "Okay, sure, I'm going to be there." And then later on, while I am trying very hard to get there on time, she's like, "You know that this is just the bus, and we're not using the bus." So I had like 20 more minutes. I want to hear it properly pronounced so I can flex on people. Nürburgring Nordschleife? What's that? Well, if I must agree then. As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Oh, did you ever... A racetrack. Oh, okay. Have any of you guys ever been awoken by water? Like someone, pouring water on your face? There was a time when we were on a school trip, that they actually, picked me up and put me in the shower stall to wake me up. So that was fun. Imagine being completely fucking soaked and then I put you back in the bed because you don't wake up. That was me. While I had to, get different clothes, everyone else was making breakfast and eating breakfast, and by the time I got there, the bus to get us home was already there, so I did not get breakfast or any food to take on the bus ride home because they put me in the fucking shower to wake me up. Who does that? Who does that? It's a good thing I didn't get sick. It's one of my favorite racetracks. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, it's Nürburgring Nordschleife. If you need it again anytime. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Okay, well, a hot cup of tea is not nice. They used cold water on me. Nürburgring. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. Ah, I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist. One who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. No, it's her victory, definitely. She woke you up. It's her victory. Sorry to cut in. Oh, hello. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grim expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? What? I don't know. What do you not know? Poor Professor. I wonder what that guy would look like if he didn't have that ball of hair on his head. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. Okay. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. Oh, old case. Probably the old case that, what's his name? That the guy we found last time was involved in, right? The doctor? The serial killer, you know. A professor. Right, it says right there, not doctor. The professor's autopsy report. The mass murderers who killed 5 members of the aristocracy. Yeah, that's going to be important this time around, probably. He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. Oh, the autopsy report of the mass murderer known as the Professor, who was tried and found guilty by closed trial 10 years ago. Alright. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Oh yeah, it's obliged, not obliged. I always think it's obliged, but it's obliged. I learned that last time, I think. Well, by last time I mean yesterday. Yesterday in Child of Light, because they also said obliged, and I was like, oh wait, it's obliged, not obliged. Okay. I learn something new every day. As slowly lot that the yacht are just doing what we can, in the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. Oh, wow. That was empty praise, I think. Well done, Professor Harebrained. This is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. Pretty close to doing a test stream today. Oh! Go for it! I think it's very fun. It's like, obviously you don't have to make it a regular thing, but I think it's fun. It's like, it's kind of like showing off games to friends, but like, just for a larger audience. It's just like hanging out. Like, that's what it feels like to me, at least. I like it very much. Because I love talking about my experience with games. And like, when other people sit there with me and experience it alongside me, we can exchange our experiences and what we think about it. And I love that. I love that very much. I suppose he'll be in here today, will he? Drebber? Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. Thank you for the pet! I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant, the trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Ah. Alright. This is it then. The final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. Well, the final chapter for this case, not the final chapter for this entire game, no. You got a bad so deserved. I've not felt this before, actually. A strange foreboding, as if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. Uh-oh. I know this is the main character syndrome that Ace Attorney has, but whenever they say they have a foreboding feeling, it does come true. Which I love. It's a thing I very much like about Ace Attorney in general, when the main character's like, ooh, I have a feeling here. Ooh. It's nice. I just not know how wrong is the hair name tag looks. Hello, good evening. How are you? I can't let this distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. It's literally a flag of the weighted... What? It is? Huh. I didn't... What? I didn't look at it that closely. 24th of October. 9:30 a.m. the Old Bailey courtroom. Look at it next time you can. Yeah, we're probably not going to see him anytime soon, but if we do, I'm gonna try and see. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? Oh, there he is. Prosecution's ready, my lord. And oh, okay, hold up. He already has his drink ready. The defense is ready, my lord. I still can't get used to the my lord. I'm so used to it saying your honor. As promised, Lord Van Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss, who may or may not be someone we know very well. I'm just saying. If I may, Lord Van Zieks. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side? Yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Oh! Why does he get to have a sword in court? I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we could do at the moment. Oh, they... I know, but... Oh, this is so very hard. So they're both very much thinking that they're right, that this is Kazuma. He had it in the first case as well. Yeah, but this one, this has to be a different sword because we have his we have his sword now. So they gave him a different sword for some reason. Even though he has amnesia, he knows how to hold a sword. I see. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. But first it's against the magician's code. Maybe because it feels familiar to him. Listen, by the end of this trial, he's gonna know he's Kazuma. I'm betting on it. I think he's going to remember. We're going to make him remember. New perspective on streaming. Oh. Thank you for the clip. I'm gonna look at it later. Thank you. Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. We have to listen to what's said on both sides, the fans, and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. Well, go back to your day then, you fossil. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zieks. Before you do, my lord, there's a report I must read to the court. Oh? Yesterday at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case were destroyed. The super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on an experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion effected by an unknown person or persons. Yeah, by a bomb. By the guy you're literally calling in as a witness soon. Just have my several nuclear convolution. Listen, I'm glad up for any clips you guys do. If you think it's something funny or something nice I said, I'm very thankful. You're also free to send them in the Discord if I ever, don't see it on here for some reason. Oh, thank you for the 100 time. Thank you. It was what? An explosion. Why do you have a gun? You're in court. This is an outrage. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. Can I clip entire streams? There's some nice streams of yours. I don't think you can clip an entire stream. But you can watch any and all of my past streams aside from the one karaoke stream and my very first and only Splatoon stream so far. Everything else is on YouTube. Except for these two. So you can watch these anytime you want. I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine. Oh damn, yeah, that's not a lot. Yes, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? Absolutely. That Enoch Drebber? I don't know how you say it. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Photographic print of the experimentation stage after it was completely leveled by a time bomb. The metal floor of the stage has been blown open by the explosion. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. Wait, why? As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain, for it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control. Now that that's not necessarily true, because maybe there was stuff built in there that he did not know about, seeing as he was not the one who actually built it. The more clips are, the easier it is for me to find material. Yeah. As Lord Van Zieks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledged that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Anok Drabe, and the victim himself, Mr. Odi Asman. Yeah. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Oh, you can really see how he has grown. You can really see how he's grown in how he acts as a lawyer. That's so nice. My baby, he's growing up. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zieks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Anok Drabe, to the stand. Okay, we're starting right off. There he is. I like his design, though. I think his design is really cool. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Anok Drabe. Occupation... hard to pin down, I would say. See that black monocle? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too. I had exactly the same feeling myself. I wonder if you can actually see through that eye. Your file indicates that you're currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Aha! We're going to get it connected to this one, absolutely. We're going to do that. Clear it from your mind. I will not. Okay, but it didn't answer the question. Why is the judge calling to order? Oh, the judge calls to order sometimes. Like, he does pound the gavel sometimes, but it's mostly when something outrageous happens and then the judge calls for order. But nothing else. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. How do these guys... How do they not get tired of saying that entire fucking thing? I get tired of reading it. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drabe, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. Okay, I wonder how this guy is going to act. If that guy's new, hey Nui, state your name and occupation for the record. Hi, I'm Nui. I do things on the internet. Yeah. I like sweets. I like the color pink. I stream on Twitch. And stuff. I draw sometimes. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious, do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up. No, wait, you were the one that blew it up. But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick. You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of stage trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But... There it goes. We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. I like the hand so much. I wonder if he is actually the killer. Kinesis machine. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. Did we ever hear what sweets you really like? I think, actually, in my debut, there's this one very specific, I don't know if they're vegetarian only or vegan, by Katjes. Like some kind of gummy. And also the gummy worms, yes, very much the gummy worms. But they have to be sour. I don't really like chocolate that much. I can't eat chocolate for one. I do eat it sometimes, but it's not good for me. My body doesn't like it. So I like gummy kind of things more. The sour kind, especially. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to its precise specifications. It was no trick. I think about it, was I at your debut? I didn't do any pre-debut streams. I didn't do any pre-debut streams, so I started streaming on the 2nd of January just this year. And in the same debut stream, I also started my first ever game, which was Grace. I didn't do any pre-debut stuff. Nada. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? No, but we have wax models. All the spectators saw the bird cage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. Oh, now you're going to blame it on the science. A body double. That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't, it's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. He's right. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Ugh. Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. No, but we have very realistic looking wax figurines. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what by all accounts must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Draber. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to illicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. That's true. It's true. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have told the secrets of some deceptive, whilst to sniveling talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? He's good. He's very good at not admitting to stuff. Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Alright. Yes, my lord. But before I do that, let me actually look at all of the stuff I have in my cord racket. Let me see. Like, what's new in here? Autopsy report, photography. The bird cage. We haven't had a chance to examine the bird cage yet. Ooh, okay. Okay, what's all this? Ah, look here, Mr. Sato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height? Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying down into the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet or 9 meters. Thank you so much for saying meters. Thank you. Thank you, Rinosuke. Because I don't know how much 30 feet is. Leaving the man inside tragically dead. It crashed down with the victim inside into the crystal tower, causing damage to its base. Okay, good. Good. That's good. Now. Okay. You met the professor. He provided you with blueprints. And return. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash head first. Wait, head first? No, but it didn't go head first, right? It went this way around. Right? We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. Of course it is. I'm just saying it didn't fall head first. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of the damage. Oh-ho! All the packages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Aha! I don't understand why so much of his text is in orange. Good gracious, explain yourself, witness. Well, if we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage following a spontaneous explosion at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 80 meters. Thank you, Susato! It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower and the ensuing deflagration. Witness report amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable. But the victim's neck was broken. He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. Well, that's easy to say. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra actually. Once seen a video about why metric is so easy and useful, where I learned that going smaller than inch is just going 1/2 of an inch, 1/4 of an inch, and so on. Oh. Well, I mean, if you're used to it, I think it's neither of them are very hard, but it's just, I only use metric. I've only ever used metric all my life. So it's very hard for me to reconcile the fact that 1 inch is not the same as 1 meter. Because I can't just see inches as inches. I always have to kind of try and see what they are in meters to have a feel for it, you know? It's the same like if you pay with a different currency. Like, due to us being in Europe, we can just pay with euro pretty much everywhere. And then you go somewhere else and it's like, I have to think about what it means, what this amount of money is in euros. Because it's like, I hear 10,000 yen and I go, what, 10,000? But then 10,000 yen is like, what, 11 euros or something? 12 euros, I guess? It's a little more than it's like you can just pretty much take 2 zeros off. And then add like 1 or 2 euros and you're probably around the amount of money it is. But in the first place, when I hear 1,000, I'm like, oh, that's a lot of money. It wasn't quite for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zieks. This witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a person, a friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. Huh? Pray tell, what are you talking about? It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Draper, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Yen is basically if we used only cent and no euro. Yeah, kind of. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all. But like, I spent more money than I should have when I was in Japan because my mind didn't really comprehend how much money it actually is that I'm spending. It's like, I saw a bunch of books and went, oh, okay, that sure is money, and I just bought them, and then afterwards I thought about how much it actually is. I nearly had him there. Are you a robot? The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. Well, that's not true. I mean, where's your sketch? There it is. It could have just fallen through the stage here, no? Then that's high enough. This is a diagram of the experimentation station and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you see that there's one other possible location from which a birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No! No! Yes! Not that knowing what it costs helps you much, you just buy a lot of cheaper things instead. True, true, true. I mean, to be fair, obviously it was a holiday and I had saved up a bunch of money to go there. So I didn't really feel bad for actually spending it. I mean, when will I ever get the chance to go there again? Not anytime soon. Not anytime soon. I might as well spend it. And so I spend it on stuff I would usually import, which would be way more expensive. Though one day I made a very big mistake, which was buy a bunch of really heavy books first thing in the morning. So I had to lug those around the entire day. But hey, now I have a bunch of Persona artwork and art books. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place to which you are referring on this same diagram. Well, just, you know. The alternative location from which a birdcage could have possibly fallen the requisite 30 feet. Well, here, right? Do I just point it anywhere around here? If it had fallen... The music is not stopping. That's my learned friend's claim. I suggest you demonstrate for the court personally. Huh? Oh, what? But that's... Huh? Don't give me a request to make the next fall from 60 feet up. You will indicate. Okay, damn. I mean, how do I... do I have to point inside of the machine? Like here? Ah, music stopped. This is where I have to indicate. Okay. The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage wasn't a machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, Counsel. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's at about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. I like that Lord Van Zieks is very behind us. Like, we say something and he's like, oh. Because he's following us. He's very much aware of where we're trying to go. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. That's what I'm saying. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way and, if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two. My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Oh, are you sure about that? Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Huh? Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, mostly likely blown up by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. Van Zieks looks like a Fire Emblem bad guy. True. I haven't played much Fire Emblem, but he could fit right in there. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber. It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference. Because it's the construction of this machine that matters, a machine designed to take Mr. Asman's life. And lay the blame firmly at the Professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Anok Drebber. When Zieks goes against you until it is blatantly obvious what really happened, then he kinda supports you. Yeah! It's like... I don't know how many of the other Ace Attorneys you have played, but it's like... in the entire series, you have people who just go, no, I am right. I am going to make your guy the murderer, no matter what it is, what happens. And then you have a few cases where they do turn around. There's one very specific case where the prosecution definitely supports you, but we are aware that our guy is the murderer, but our partner was kidnapped, so we have to keep it going. And the prosecution is like, okay, sure, I'm going to drag it out, even though we're both very much aware they're guilty. And then there's other cases where they're just like, no, I'm going to get a guilty verdict, I don't care. But another character who only cares about the truth and not about his win streak, that is Clavier Gavin, who we have not seen in quite a while. He first appeared in the fourth one in Apollo Justice. I like his style a lot because he doesn't care about his win streak. The only thing he cares about is the truth, and like that, I think that's what's important. Because Pain always is just like, hi, I'm the tutorial guy, and I just want the guilty verdict, and then well, he loses. But I like it more when we kind of work together to find out the truth of what really happened. I think that's way cooler than just, oh, I'm going to make you out to be the murderer, no matter what actually happened, blah, blah, blah. Yo, dude. Yigiani. Oh! That's a new one. He didn't destroy the last one, but that's a new one anyway. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions... Never mind. The prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water on 2 counts. 2? Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Draber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages. Well, he wasn't working alone. Eh? We don't know if he was working alone. I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow. That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. No, they're not. One of them is a waxwork figurine. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Man introduced to a bottle opener and doesn't even complain when 1-6 immediately destroys the class. He's just here to have a fun time. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Van Zix? The contract into which Mr. Draber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Draber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. 30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. Or provision. Mr. Draber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. I don't think it's that easy. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Draber having done as you suggest is nil. We'll see about that. We'll see about that. It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zix, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. The contract between Mr. Asman and Mr. Draber detailing the terms by which they would profit from the kinesis experiment. Oh, but my good sir, money's only one of the many possible motivations. The 3 most common motives for murder are money, love, and hatred. That's very true. It's true. If Draber had an opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the crystal tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. Good thing we have Susato here. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too. We just need to find them. Well, it would seem that the defense has now rejoined the offer. I do. Give me a second. I do have a rejoinder to offer. He's laughing creepily. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine and build, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit. That's not true. That is not true. You don't get out of this that easily. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. You just stand there. Let me talk. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Draber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. Ooh, he's not amused. Your Honor would like to present into evidence the fact that Mr. Draber be sketchy as fuck. So, if circumstances means it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Draber had an accomplice. An accomplice now. Well, then I presume you're prepared for what's to come? Sure. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. Oh yeah, I'm ready. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Sure. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? Yes. What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Draber had an accomplice or even if he really is the culprit here. He is. He has an accomplice because he looked very mad when I suggested it. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Draber have an accomplice or not? Name the accomplice. The defense is ready to name Mr. Draber's accomplice. Are we? Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet, according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel. My lord. You have received a stock warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. Good if someone from Scotland Yard switched the bird cages. I mean, that's a possibility, but I don't think it was someone from Scotland Yard. Just a second. I'm trying to turn on my light because it's so bright. But I don't know how to do that. Okay, never mind. I guess I just have to live with the bright light. So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Draber's accomplice? I am calling. I say I'm completely unassailable, man. Where is she? Who had access to the crime scene? The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Well, let me talk then, bro. I wasn't finished yet. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I mean, that's what we usually do anyway. I'm sure they will be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. Sutter. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel, now. The person who could rule Mr. Draber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. He's called Naruhodo, I understand. I'm stupid. Yeah, in the original, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright is also called Naruhodo. Which a lot of people don't know if they've only seen the English version. What the blazes are you talking about, Dr. Scythe? The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. Yeah. We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out a switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. Oh, we're right! We're right. He looks mad. We're right. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand and wants to testify. Ooh, they're not going to like that. But I can prove it. Because the coroner, I am sticking with the wax figurine. If the coroner says that the wax figurine head is a real body and writes a report for it, who's going to question that? Who's going to question that? But if it's the highest person on the team who does that? And we don't know anyone else from the forensic team. So it has to be her. Got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the yacht's name through the mud. And I'll do it again. I didn't mean to. I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room walker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. I know, but in a more real setting. Yeah, well. We are limited to characters we do know. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem. Oh my word. But who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? The wax figurine! Certainly if the bird cage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, the cage must also have contained the body. Drag Scotland Yard names through the mud. Fuck cops! I saw a bunch of policemen today. And I was like, damn, is there a party happening? Why is there so many? And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Assman. Well, if they were never alive in the first place because they're not the real person, that's easy. It's true. If my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must also have been 1 person inside each. Wax body, wax body. But I don't know if you've got an answer to this yet, have I? You do! What can I do to reveal how this body double stand was achieved? Present evidence. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Assman's body double. Good gracious, evidence! I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. Usually when I see a bunch of police together, I think, damn, it's some farmer loose the pig! If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. I will! The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of the explosion some 80 meters above the spectators? Easy, easy, easy. Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was the wax hat. Where is it? The wax hat, the wax hat, the wax hat, the wax hat. We know that the victim, Mr. Assman, was in a birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. And therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower. Yes, counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Nandahodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mr. Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. Ha ha ha! They're not going to believe me. Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor. You started by indicting the lead of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting waxwork. Yes, and that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Draper. What? Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Draper abducted this model from Madame Tospel's. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then, the timing. Is this true, Mr. Draper? At first I couldn't see why Mr. Draper would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again, but now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Assman. And by the way he's reacting, I'm right. Doesn't hold up in court because we need actual evidence, but listen! Just let me keep going, dude! Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. I would not have that much trust in the people that work at the police, with Scotland Yard, whatever. It would do you well to not trust them that much, I think, Van Zieks. Not everyone is a good person. And that, to effect a deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Do you have to quote Sherlock Holmes, Van Zieks? Are you really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide? Oh, he's trying to make us lose by making them vote. Okay. Wait. Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord! Fuck, they're going to vote. Okay. When you've eliminated all which is impossible, then whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. That's very true. I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Okay, let me break that up. I don't know what I mean, I know they're going to call guilty, but I'm going to break that up. Very good, in that case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Yuzai.
Dong, 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 dong. Well, this is easier for me because they're going to talk some smack that I can easily use to make a new argument. So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruto, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? Hello? I didn't even say anything about it. I didn't even say anything about being allowed to do a summation examination. He already just goes, yeah, he's going to do it anyway. Just go for it. We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Oh. Tell me, people, tell me. The juror's contentions. I've known the woman for years. She'd never been an accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. Surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. Oh, whoa! Okay, we're going to get him. That doesn't have anything to do with why you think he's guilty, though. I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. Accusing someone without right evidences is not a proper job, is it? I won't have it. As a video game, but as someone who studied a lot of law, what kind of kangaroo court is this? Oh yeah, don't think about the court systems and what's happening too much. Like, it's not going to hold up to any kind of actual law practices. Don't think about it too hard. Listen, you're just going to be mad. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asman's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary, but that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced. It's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Wait! Maybe it's about, you know, maybe the coroner was forced into this. And the reason why they were able to force her into this is because of the identity of the professor. Like, if she saw the head of the waxwork or something, maybe they were threatening her with making that information public. No, that doesn't make sense. The public doesn't know what the professor looked like, right? But maybe she does. So something with the identity of the professor was used to threaten her to work with them? I don't know. We must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. The amount of violation to fair trial practices and accused rights is making my head spin. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. They don't really care about all of that here. I have to find a way out of this. And you shall. If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Let me have a go at them. Alright, you guys. I have a sword and I'm not afraid to use it. The defense is rebuffed. Okay, that's nice that you've known her for years. That's also very nice. Okay, why do you think it has nothing to do with her? So no, consider the distance between the spectators and the birdcage with the waxwork in it. Even if they didn't know what the professor looked like, would they have been able to discern his figure clearly? No, right? No, right? Like, I was so upset today. I was trying to, you know, from where I was sitting in the cafe I was at, I was trying to read a book title. And I was like, I couldn't make it out. And I asked my friends, like, I'm sorry, can you guys read this? I can read it. And then they told me they also cannot read it. So at least I felt like, okay, it's not just my eyes, it's just too far. Because I don't have good eyes. So I thought, okay, maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. But it wasn't me. It was too far away. So I'm thinking, like, you're seeing a thing. Like, there was an explosion. You're scared. You suddenly see something fall from the sky. There's no way you're going to actually see the inside of it clearly. Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because Donut Settling Swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True, as it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know? Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. Alright. I see. Okay, you don't trust the police. Why do you vote guilty then? Even considering the birdcage? Wait, what? Even considering the birdcage was visible in the case of a mob, after considering the professor itself wasn't the center of attention, what if someone actually paid that much attention to what was inside? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Like, that's the entire point of a conjuring trick, right? People don't really actually care or manage to see the trick because everything is, for one, happening very fast, and they divert your attention to places so you won't see what's going on. Sort of problems. Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while we've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage, as we walk in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Oh. He doesn't like that. Basically, it's a very simple magic trick. It's all about misdirection. Yeah, I make you look right, the magic happens to the left. Exactly. I mean, it's hard to do. It's hard to misdirect someone's attention completely so they don't notice the trick. But that's the point of magic. Well, it's still... sorry. It's still very nice. I love magic tricks. I don't necessarily want to find out how they work because I think it's really cool to just see them happen. But, you know, for very basic tricks, if you find them out, it's like, I didn't notice at all. Because obviously, then it was a good trick. I didn't notice how it worked. Damn. There was... Sorry about that. There was this show on TV many years ago when I was a child, which was where there was this one magician who actually showed how all these tricks worked. I think he was an American magician, but it was on TV in Germany as well. It was like dubbed, and he broke the great taboo of showing people how the magic worked, and he had so many tricks like the cutting people apart one, and how the assistant just like had to squeeze in this very tiny box, and how there was like just double doors and everything. It was so good. Penn and Teller, I don't know. It was one dude. He was very charismatic. He showed very simple card tricks to the very big ones with like water tanks and, you know, cutting people apart, or the assistant going from one place to the other, or pushing swords into a box while someone was in there. And like it was so simple. There were some simple things like just like the person being very small. The one in the mask, yeah, he had like this mask. Yeah, you're right. He had a mask on. If you like magic, I highly suggest Penn and Teller, especially the Full series. I'm gonna check that out. I love magic tricks. Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Otomo? Who are you calling a mass murderer? What? Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on? I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do. Back in my day, back in the good old days, oh god, spare me. It wasn't like this. What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? No one would have called the coroner into question in them days. The coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put a name to it. She was the best of the best, and the apple of the force's eye. Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Sorry, got a bit carried away there? Stevens is Dr. Stive's maiden name? Oh, her maiden name! So that was before she was married? Of course, yes, silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it? Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. I have? Wait, I think I know where we might have seen it, but I haven't actually read it yet. I think I know. Condemned prisoner redacted for confidentiality. Sergeant Professor Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June, Courtney Stevens. It was her who confirmed the professor's death, huh? So she would have known what the professor looked like. Interesting. That's going to be important. Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Well, yes, I don't see why not. Thanks! She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course. A legendary coroner even then. Okay, let's see. I've seen originals prove that this waxwork. Okay, let me press you. But you claimed the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of her hat, isn't there? Sorry? I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. The point is, if you're going to make a claim about the waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science. He's right. I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside a birdcage. Can I produce that or not? I can. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir. Oh. I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust man in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. I don't know what trepidation means. Also, the black outfit doesn't work because I'm wearing the DLC outfit. So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. Oh! I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside the birdcage. Namely, where's the glass? Where's the glass? Piece of broken glass. Yeah. What's that? A piece of glass? That was unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. Crystal Tower. Oh! Holy smoke! Exactly! The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass. from whence this small piece originated, is that it? Precisely. So what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you. Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. Nice! That's one. One for me. In our case, juror number 4, you will amend your your testament? Your statement now, please. The presence of that piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside the birdcage. Ho ho ho, I win. Oops. I just wanted to switch people, not... Yeah, blah 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 blah. Alright. I'm going to pit you against you, because the coroner very much has to do with the waxwork. These two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer, counsel? So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? It's a very pretty woman. I like her design. I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in the statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner and Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Don't worry, I'm going to show you. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there's substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer known as the Professor. That's right. Here! I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. The Professor's... But the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is the certification of theft that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens! Strike a light! Strike a light? What? It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Prepper very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tusbot's. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim Mr. Assman at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor's case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Ooh! Okay. I'm going to check those out then. Thank you. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Nice. Okay, 2 more people. Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yacht's best coroner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. Alright. And now I'm going to pit you against number 5. Thank you for the higher time. These two statements, whoops, clearly contradict each other. Say that I will hold justice with a straight face. Ha ha! Yeah, the police definitely upholds justice in their dreams. Good gracious, who? To state Mr. Full Council. If you could put down your cone for a moment, juror number 5. You can't. Oh, you mean me? Why is there a child here anyway? You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence, but the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second bird cage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides calling a cop, to be honest. Of course you don't. If I could interject here, please do so. Police does uphold justice, the justice of the people in charge. Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further. Okay, that's 4 for me. Oh, well, me too then. Sorry? If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against calling a call by anyone who's got stuffing between the ears. I'll take it. Listen, if they invite a fucking child to sit in here and you know, be the reason someone goes to jail or not, because the child can go, oh yeah, I think you're guilty. Success, if you can call it that. Thank you, counsel, that will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. And the trial must continue. We did it! Hey, let's put a charge in jury for murder! Sure! Well done, Mr. Naruto, another wonderful victory. I win! Well, not yet, but... A waxwork of a despicable professor uses a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. Time for yatta! Yatta! Congrats, thank you! However, it would appear that it has at least warrant for the investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Draba and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. The truth, sir. By using evidence and testimony. If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner? Yeah. Madame Tuspels. Yeah. I really thought that Lord Van Zieks would object to this whole line of inquiry. I wonder if the whole subject of the professor is not a sore point for him. Because the professor killed his brother. That was the last kill. The last murder he did. That was killing, well, as far as we're aware, killing Van Zieks' brother, Clint. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes. You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. Oh, I am ready to open Pandora's box. I'm going to... Listen. There's something very, very deep about the professor and about Van Zieks' brother. And I'm going to find out what it is. I will. Lord Van Zieks is trying to fuck you up by putting his hands forward on bad facts, and now he's gonna try and misdirect the point away from those bad facts. Let's see if I'm right. The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. Madame Taspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. Listen, we don't have good experiences with older brothers of prosecutors in Ace Attorney. I wouldn't be surprised if Clint, I mean he's dead already, but I wouldn't be surprised if Clint wasn't someone who's not as, you know, good as Van Zieks saw him. And also, I don't trust half of the game's cast. Like, Van Zieks, I think, is a good guy. Like, even if he did bad stuff, I think he didn't do it out of maliciousness. It's because he didn't know. But everyone else, the high, what's his name? Why do I keep forgetting his name? The guy who looks like an owl, who we met when we first came to England, to London. That guy with the heart on his nipples. I don't trust him. I don't even trust Susato's dad anymore, nor the judge in Japan. The judge here, I think he doesn't. I don't think the judge in this. I don't think this judge has any bad stuff. But I don't trust any of these people. I don't even trust. I trust Sholmes to the extent that he didn't kill anyone, but he's keeping secrets from us that have to do with Iris. Yeah. No trust nobody, once again. Listen! If I'm right, if it ends up that I'm right, what will you say then, huh? And I know I'm right. None of these people are trustworthy. I don't know why the coroner does not understand. It's very weird for me. Maybe because we couldn't establish her immediate involvement yet. Or something. If she's accomplished, she has something to gain from admitting guilt and being a witness against Dr. Robert the man. I don't know. They don't... We'll see about it. She's probably going to show up at some point. Doesn't Noor trust Noor? Well, duh. I trust nobody, not even yourself. 24th of October, 11:53 a.m. The Old Bailey defendant antechamber. Nah, the knight errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? Why Sholmes dresses a weep? Did I lose a piece? Oh, it's because I put... You have DLC outfits for Holmes, Susato, and Dinosuke. They're not DLCs in this edition, but they were original DLCs and they're automatically in here, so I, put them on everyone. Look at his name tag. Yeah, I can see it now. I find a game where you trust everyone, but actually shouldn't trust anyone. He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Undertale. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now, a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this Professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes, in what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Draper, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zix. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me. Oh, hi, ma'am! The Dr. Scythe! Oh, she's not happy. She's not going to be happy. Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe near Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular? I mean, it was Sholmes who managed to get us that report, no? Otherwise we wouldn't have been able to do this. You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. She looks deathly pale. Like, next to her, I look like a very healthy person. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Oh, why not? Lord Van Zix won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Ah, see, that's his name. Strongheart. Strongheart is my #1 bad guy. I don't know what he did exactly, but if I only get like 3 people I could name as suspicious. #1 is Lord Strongheart. #2 is Van Zix's older brother, who's dead. And #3, I'm not sure. Lord Strongheart. The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you get any information about it out of me. Oh, I will, don't worry. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. Sure. So, good day to you. I'm going to get the truth out of your mouth. Don't worry. She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. You want this woman to step on me, look at me with this disgusted look on her face? Yeah, she has that kind of vibe, doesn't she? Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent whether you'd like it to or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. You know, I have to say little size is big and be energy? I like the design. I like her design very much. Also the one of her daughter. That you have not seen yet in this particular stream. Lord Strongheart invented this justice system with a funky jury to cover up that he's actually as manly as he looks. Huh? Well, we know that Lord Strongheart definitely wants to change stuff up in the system. What better way than to just get rid of everyone who was supporting or supportive of an older system? If you can just, you know, like, it's like you work in a system that you want to change, but there's too many people who are in charge. What if you just get rid of all the people in charge, like one by one, and slowly put your own people in there? Like, make it so it's not as obvious, so the people that are currently still in charge don't see it happen. And then slowly you get all of your supportive people in there. And suddenly you're at the top of the food chain. You're in charge now. That's why I don't trust the guy. He's very close to being in charge. But then we came in. We. From Japan. Ha ha ha. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter whatever may come to pass. Are you okay with me talking about something unrelated? Sure. We're not in the middle of the trial right now. Go for it. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a buff caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away the truth. Okay. What the warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? We're going to find out. Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. Yeah, something is going to happen. Definitely. Ah, knick. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what. Let's tie a 10-year-old case to what's happening here. No, it's not like it's the first time we do something like that. 24th of October, 12:40 PM, the Old Bailey courtroom. Alright. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation, as seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. Yes! So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Ha! That's nice. Not yet. Fun then. Lord Van Zieks. My lord. Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels? Not at all. She's in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. I want to get a VR set at some point. Like, if I manage to save up that money and get one, I think I would be very, very happy. But it costs so much money. Very well, bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Want to be Beat Saber? By leave, show Madame Tuspels to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. The tiny mouse version of himself is so funny. If Dr. Drab is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Sack. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. You should save up money for PC upgrade before that. Definitely. Like that's why I'm saying I think the VR set is going to go very, very far back. It's a genius link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. Alright. Oh! She's making one of Sholmes. You're so focused you're not thinking much, just pure feeding muscle memory. That's cool. State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I'm a waxwork artisan. And the proprietors of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for walking as a testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Valid. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. When folks finding breaks, of course, down you altogether. Like when you heard it's a really bad noise, the feeling of pain. Ah, so it's like you still have the adrenaline running through you, and then it slowly wears off. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model. Kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I've just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odiasman. Of course, I know him well. He's a part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps the faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. Ooh. This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath the mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed, the man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court, the proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There's no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information. I don't speak French! It would seem you are unaware of the Tuspel's principles. He's working pretty rough on the wax, yeah! What principles? The family Tuspels has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà, our principles. There's a well-known legend about the Tuspels waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tuspels family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You're correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tuspels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask? Oui, the true visage of the killer is there. This is ludicrous. It's out of the question. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, Madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model, and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. I like her. I really like her. Professor Waxwork. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. Huh? She was there at the actual... I don't believe that. The gravedigger. The man sanctioned this. Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh? So you truly saw it? The face of the monster. Naturally. I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tuspels would not be Tuspels if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. Oh, that's really good. Executed criminal returns to the dead of night at local cemetery. Oh, can I read that? Hold on. Do they have proof that the person who assumed was the professor is actually a professor? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Like, they sure fucking they executed someone, yeah. But who's to say that the body that is in here is actually the professor? Is it lorem ipsum? Is there an article there? That's what I'm trying to find out. I think it actually says something. Hold on. At Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison on the night of the foul demon's execution, the newly interred professor forced off his grave cover as he clawed free of the earth. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the... I don't know, I can't read it because the box is in front of it. Man's chest, whose breath then stilled. The youth then finally released the scream he'd been holding and ran for his life. The university student who experienced this event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and resident of its student dorms. Okay, was the bomb mask to blame for the Great Blaze? The fire that engulfed the popular theatre continues to draw attention as reports that Her Majesty Queen Victoria herself visited the Royal Italian Opera to inspect the site and offer words of condolences to the theatre's owner, Mr. Frederick Guy. The theatre had been under lease to famed magician John Henry Anderson, and there is some speculation that the blame for the fire lies squarely with him for his insistence on holding his bomb mask there. Could his magical tricks have played a trick on him, costing his city a great center for the arts? The investigation into the true cause is expected to continue into next month, if not beyond, according to source. It actually, that's so good. They actually wrote entire articles in this. I'm not going to try and read the ones in the middle. But this is cool. It's good. They actually did put an entire text there. But yeah, that's Mr. Drebber. We know that it was him who saw the guy come out of his grave. That's a thing we're aware of. That's actually why we tried to find him as well. It was the most detailed account of what happened as reported by the eyewitness who saw it. Oh, I can probably just... Okay, I can probably just open it normally. A newspaper article recounting the tale of an eyewitness to the alleged resurrection of the professor from his grave on the night of the execution. Hold up. I can probably just open it. Examine. Ah, yes, I can! Can even use a magnifying glass. Yay! Unexplained phenomenon grips Oxfordshire region. Charles Darwin to receive Copley Medal. The Great Stink. The Great Stink. Okay. Nice. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. Is there a way to remove the textbook like in Atomic Games? There's not. There's not. I wish there was, but there's not actually. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. Okay. Not a story of the Great Stink. It's something that actually happened. Want to hear about it? Honestly, I I don't really care. I want to know who's the real murderer here. If it's a real thing, I can just look it up later. This Volkswagen links Rabbit to Dr. Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Dr. Drabber were in on this crime together. We're all in this together. Dee, dee, dee. Tell me more about that night. You were there longer than you expected to be. I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. What do we know about the ways the professor killed? Not much. We only know who he killed. We only know that he killed members of aristocracy. And we know that he did that by sicking his dog on them. So the dog would, like, I guess, bite their, I think, hold on, I'm missing the word. What connects your head to the rest of your body? Yeah, the dog would, like, bite their jugular out and stuff. No, what connects your head to the rest of your body? You know, the thing you were. I'm wearing my choker on. I'm missing the word. I cannot remember it right now. Why not? Bruh. Your neck! Jesus Christ, your neck. Yes, thank you. The great thing sounds like great mighty. Yeah, the neck, exactly. Like, apparently he used his dog. Oh, yeah, the professor used the dog, too. To kill people. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone. And as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because of rigor mortis. A rigor mortis. It's a name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then, from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an indication, if a slightly scary one. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information a course just heard from Madame Tuspels. It's definitely significant. It's going to come out at some point, I know. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. You have a theory but could be stupid? Share with the class. I thought the guy was hanged, though. If he was hanged, wouldn't his neck be broken? Wait, was he not hanged? I thought he was hanged. How did he die? Death by hanging. If he was hanged, his neck would have been broken, no? I don't think rigor mortis would help in that case. But I don't know enough about corpses to really say, so I'm just going to shut my mouth. Oh, it looks like she just wants to stop Sherlock Holmes. I think she does. Dr. Sai was actually a professor. Dr. Drabber knew that's how he coerced into complying to his request. Nah. Nah. Nah, I don't think so. I could answer, but I don't know if I want or should. Let's just read on and see what happens. Of course, I do not mind at all. I kind of feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato. I liked it. I think it was good. Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Bonjour? Bonsoir? I don't know, I don't speak French! It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. Okay. Stone approach, I was very worried that I could be discovered. Tell me more about that. You say the dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then, approximately? I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. The execution took place on the 17th of June, which had the early sunrise of that year. Indeed it did. First light would have been at around 4:40 in the morning. That's really early. It's like if Dr. Sai was a small fish, I would accept him being an accomplice out of the malice. But since she has so much to lose, if she gets caught, I do believe she was coerced into it. I do also believe she was coerced into it, yes. But I don't think she was the actual professor. I think the actual professor is very much deaf. I'm not 100% sold on the person who was hanged being the professor, but I think the actual person... I think in any case the professor is dead. No matter if it's this exact body or someone else. She has something to do with the professor, definitely. Definitely. Definitely she does. It really is early. The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me, or does Mr. Shom seem to be taking shape more quickly now too? You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame. I wonder, is what you just said particularly significant? Absolutely. The fact that Rabba saw the corpse of the professor is just too convenient. Maybe it's a big ploy, like they hanged someone for the execution of the professor, but whoever they hanged is not actually the professor. So everyone who was involved in confirming the death of the professor was like, yeah, we're all just going to pretend this dead person is the professor, even though he wasn't a professor. So that would make Drebba an accomplice, and obviously the coroner an accomplice. Who else would be involved? Stronghead would be involved. Whoever did the prosecution, I don't know. I don't know who did the prosecution in the case. It was a closed courtroom. There's no way that the guy that hangs the actual professor. But we're going to find out about that. Probably. Madame, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture in the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant. Of course, if you'd like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Nanodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant by significant. Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madame. Pleasure, my lord. Okay. I hurried to finish my work in a half hour before sunrise. Then I left as soon as the corpse was interred. Okay. Now. I don't think that works out. He was hanged. Let me read that again. He was hanged at midnight. Rigor mortis. Well, no, it will work out. If he was hanged at midnight, they would have to immediately bury him. Takes 3 hours for rigor mortis to set in. Something is rubbing me the wrong way, but I can't tell what. But the music stopped, so it is important somehow. Madame Tuspels, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Let's assume my theories are correct. Drab is the killer and Scythe help him. Why would she without money? She doesn't need them. She has a high-paying job. She also has a lot of respect and consideration for my job, so whatever she was threatened with must have been something that could put her position at risk. Maybe Drebber and her didn't actually work together? And Drebber found out about her connection to the professor's death, and he's now... and he threatened her with making that public, that she concealed some facts about the professor or something. Also, thank you for the hire time. Thank you so much. Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? Absolutely! According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating her wax impression just before dawn, and at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madame? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. But yes, you're right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong. Wait. Right, okay, we're not trusting the coroner. We're trusting Madame Tuspel over the coroner. That's what we're doing? Because we could turn that around and just say, okay, well, you're obviously lying. You worked on the body at a different time, but why would she lie about it? I'm confused. The coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible. Oh my gosh, she has way longer hair than I thought she has. Hello. Order! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of staff at Berkeley Prison where the execution took place. By heck! Extraordinary. Not in my day. My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link. Between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and one other person of interest. Wait! They buried a dude who was still alive. And then he died due to the gunshot that hit him after he clawed himself out of the grave. Is that what Ryunosuke is on about? I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. I'm just going with the flow. Faking death at the gallows can be done. It's just another magic trick. I mean, also, they didn't execute him publicly. Everything about the professor was kept under lock and key. It's a national secret. His identity is a national secret. Who's to say that the other actually executed him? Like, it was a closed thingy. Maybe it was just like literally two people there. If two people are, collaborating on something, they could just do whatever with the body and say, yeah, we executed him. Counsel, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened the night of the professor's execution. This one. They put in like a vest under the clothes that moves the scent of pressure from the neck to your chest. What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? No, I'm suggesting he wasn't dead by the time he was put in the cemetery. Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again. Don't be a fool, that's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. Mais oui, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night. Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him. No, he's right here! Huh? On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What? What do you mean, what? Van Zieks, you know it's him, right? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? What? You're telling me no one else knows that it's Drebber? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes. Are we really the only ones who know it? How many mysteries do you want to uncover that don't directly have anything to do with the case? Yes! You will substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago? He, him! Oh, he's 35. The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber. The previous witness. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling. Oh, excuse me. I'm getting hiccups. With a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. That's why so many people have also seen the black monocle before, because they were in her exhibit. Order! Surely not, counsel. Drebber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery. What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tuspel doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No! But that would mean... Madame Tuspel. It would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber. Oui, yes I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my. Good gracious! Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. It's the person that let her look at the body. I mean, it has to be. Who else was there? Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago. was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. Oh. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I've already shown the court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber. A disciple? Disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable! When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in a cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, where there was the truth not— Oh! It's not him that let her look at the body! That surprises me. Also, I mean, have you looked at the drawing? Yeah! Listen, this is game logic. This is the same game logic that's like, oh no, someone is wearing a mask and an outfit, but their voice is still very much the same. Like, a mask that doesn't even cover the full face, like, just, you know, the eyes. And suddenly they're like, oh, who are you? I don't know you. It's a typical, superhero syndrome. So you went to meet Mr. Drab in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you? Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. Okay. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he witnessed. A criminal had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claims nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today, even though the waxwork builds a poor match for the victim and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? I give more credit to the Superman theory because there's so many instances I love famous people not being recognized, like Tony Hawk or Charlie Chaplin or Robert Downey Jr. Yeah. I didn't know they lost the contents for lookalikes of themselves. You know what I saw? Some German guy. I saw a German guy who looks like... he looks the same as, what's his name? Oh my god, I forgot the name. That one redhead dude who sings a bunch of songs. I think he may have a guitar. But anyway, there's a German guy who looks exactly like him, and they invited him to a meet and greet and told people that the actual artist would be coming, or it was just some German dude. Ed Sheeran, yes, thank you. Ed Sheeran. It's very funny, but I Weird Al Yankovic, I don't know who that is. Everybody knows who I am despite my glasses, oh man. I mean, we as viewers of the comics or whatever, we obviously always know who the person behind the mask is, but it's still funny when in games where it's like, you know these people, you know their voices, and they're wearing some like different clothes and are covering their face, and suddenly you don't know them anymore. Tony Hawk not being recognized like ever is very funny. I mean, I wouldn't be able to recognize him either. I don't know what the guy looks like. Which brings us to 3 days ago when a birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman but the same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Syfe, would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen early. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor, is that what you're saying? Dr. Saif put a name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drabler. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drabler used that particular waxwork as the body do. We're getting there. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Saif to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drabler are connected. But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Saif is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? Yeah, because Dr. Strongfuck said so. She told us so herself, didn't she? Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Well, fuck Lord Strongheart then. I'm gonna fuck him up. The Tambora's box. The murderous box you were warned about is a professor case. Please don't make the mistake of thinking you get any information about it out of me. Oh, I will though. Something happened on the night of the killer's execution 10 years ago, and surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zieks. But he can't go against Strongheart. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. Oh! Yes! But Lord Van Zieks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office. I don't give a fuck. The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes! Yes! I love him! Fuck him up! Fuck Strongheart up! We're doing it! Yes! Let Enoch Drabber and Dr. Saif both take the stand together. Yes, 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 yes. Order! Very well. I will uphold your request. By leave, send a subpoena with immediate fact arrest to Dr. Saif of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Alright then. Enoch Drabber and Dr. Saif. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Oh my god, also, you guys, the truth come out. Does Bruno Mars's gay has reached its, I don't know, some kind of anniversary. 6 years? 7 years? Or something yesterday? I think it came out in 2014. Fucking does the rumor come out? Does Bruno Mars is gay? Which I still think is super funny. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Saif. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zieks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Oh, a Pikachu? Okay. Pikachu. Pega. Pikachu. And also, thank you. What? Oh, ow.
Betrayal is not in my nature as long as the truth isn't compromised. It is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles. I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. He's right. I don't care. I don't care how strong Strongheart's grip on everyone is and what they're threatening, what he's threatening us with. I am going to find out the truth. Hello TK, good evening, how are you? Mr. Drabber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Saif, As the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definite evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer, known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Oh! Is that so?
Yes, bitch.
According to newspaper reports from the time on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. He's threatening to cry. Nobody wants to see him cry. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to the mysterious event was you, Mr. Draper, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Sykes. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. I like that he's not saying anything, which is good. I mean, it's good for him, I guess. Mr. Draper, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Taspel's, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that is really what he saw. That's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, wasn't he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. What an interesting twist. When at the time not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. Oh, I'm sorry, we don't have a Frank in the courtroom today, sorry. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. Chronicles, a court of law is a big statement. So, Mr. Draper, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. Go off. Me and Dr. Science are smooching, holding hands, I confess. Oh, no, that's not what happened. In the cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was a spot for moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in a newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Wait, 10 years after the fact you say you didn't actually see the professor? Wait a minute, you're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believe a corpse could come back from the dead. But, so, you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. He went to the cemetery with a shot. Yeah. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Draper and Dr. Sy would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness, you claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. Whoa! He admits to it.
As you know, Logate Cemetery is the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the Repurposes. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It cost me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, am I right? I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched her right in front of me as I described the scene. Who was that? Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish. Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now. At once, my lord. Alright, let me press that thing about you not seeing the professor. I don't believe that. Okay, wait, no, never mind. Let's first press you on this one. The young woman being Madame Tospels, of course. Precisely. I must say I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article and I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of your safe made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? No, I don't speak French! You put you in a corner, you now have an impossible task of proving a negative. Yeah. Did you? I can't say I remember. Probably whatever was in a camera, no? What was it, madame? This camera? Oh, the camera itself! The camera that is around the waxwork. Then. Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir. To what end? To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. But I still have it, monsieur. It's part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I'm very meticulous about such details. It is the Tuspel's way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Draber took with him to Logate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. The extra camera that Mr. Draber had with him in the cemetery 10 years ago, when the lens is extended, dark staining can be seen on the bellows. Alright, let's see. 1, 2, 3. But you did, at the time, tell people that you did see it, no? So why would you redact that statement now? I mean, he told that to not only one newspaper, he told you several. Sorry, Mr. Draber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article. was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in a closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. Oh, okay, so it wasn't completely locked away with just like 2 people. But obviously the provision of his mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly would have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen a professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Order! Well, Mr. Drebber. It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards I came to my senses and I realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course. Only too happy to oblige. Getting a bunch of views out of having learned how to say oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede to the point. I'll get him there. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work. Eh? A fellow grave robber. What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. Huh? You can't just turn your story around. Over and over, dude. This is the one thing that actually gets me about Ace Attorney though. People lie on the stand so many times, even though literally all of them have to, you know, you swear an oath to not lie. And they don't even get any, they're like, yeah, okay, I guess I lied, who cares? You claim it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during their sections. Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say? Anonymity. But there's more to this story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them? About the thing where you swore over by whatever minority... I don't know. I don't know, I'm not too well versed on those facts. If a grave digger had shot someone in a cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Yes, well... I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter. Oh, no. Maybe she probably heard it, right? The shot? Madame Tuspels. Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Oh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know? The only one who's watching tongues is me. Nah. Have a care, Drabber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madame Taspels, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drabber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot. Enough! Shut up, woman. You're making all this up. Oh no, we have seen blood on the camera before. That will do. Mr. Draper. Yes. You refute the account just given by Madame Taspels. I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. It's okay. It's okay. I have the camera. There's blood on the camera. I can prove it. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. Because, you know, if the heart is not pumping, there isn't much of a bleeding. What? If there's blood on the camera, then he must have been alive when he was shot. Yeah. No. Where is it? Because look, what happens if we open this? Ta-da! I already found that before. That's why I'm not reading it again. Look at this. Look, Mr. Naruto, what is it? On the bellows just here, there seem to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. So, let's present that. Mr. Drabber, do you remember this camera? But that is a camera from the fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's a camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drabber. And is that supposed to be significant? Oh, absolutely. This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this. What's that? There. Just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Ha 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 ha! I got you now. That's right. That's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right? Doctor sighed. It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all, this is simple enough. Yatta! I've never seen Death Note. Sorry. I propose that Madame Taspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Taspels are so small. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night. But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Well, Who the fuck have we been talking about the entire time, eh? Mr. Darba's obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone. Yes, my lord. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, counsel, who is it then? No, he's shielding our friend here, no? Who is his witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe? Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor. That would be an unprecedented scandal. This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. That is exactly what I'm saying. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain. But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. I'm ready to take on your entire fucking system. That's exactly what I'm here for. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe will consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean... I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Draper's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Now we know what they coerced her with. Yes! Oh! Legs off the table, young man! Lord Van Zeeks! Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed jealous and a whole raft of other discordies now. Goodness me! It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. Where's your evidence? What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger? And disposed of him forever? Oh, well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at the present, I think. I couldn't agree more. Oh. The Old Bailey's no place for wild fantasies. I know. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Consider what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake will be madness. Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or you're forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny. Does it? Does it though? Hold on. Yeah, I know we're aware of the Where is it? We haven't actually read it. The investor, Mr. Odiasman, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Nogdraber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Draber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Mr. Draber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Okay, there's nothing in there where we didn't already know. The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? There's the contract, that's very true. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Draber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? Bruh. Oh my god, the poor apprentice in the bag, dude! How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright. Who exactly was Mr. Asman to Draber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Wait! Wait. 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 Asman is the guy who drew this. That's the same signature. Asman is the artist behind the one article that mentioned him by name. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witnesses wanted the victim dead is right here. It's both in the contract. Mr. Draber, I've here the contract that you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. Oh, au contraire. It is the proof that I needed. No, I'm afraid not. As it turns out. No, Asman was not a witness to the murder itself, but he did get he did hear the entire story. This contract actually helps to establish the real motive for the murder you committed. It does? Well, I never. What are you talking about? Read it again, you idiot. It's not about the text. I'm not finished. In order to demonstrate what your motive really was, I need this contract and one other piece of evidence. What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence. The evidence, which when cross-referenced with the contract, establishes a motive for the deed. Easy. It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That river should never have been written. It's typically gutter-press nonsense that means nothing. But there's something significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link That shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract? Here. I wonder where I have to put this so it actually takes it. I think here's good. What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature! The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? Naha! I got you now. As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Draba and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature on the bottom. Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical! I highly doubt there's that many Odie Asmans in the world who have the same kind of signature. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Draba 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman. Ha 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 ha! He's down on the ground. But explain to the court why. Your signature can actually change from day to day, absolutely. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think back, you remember that Mr. Draba talked about that article in his testimony? Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. That is quite beyond the pale. Yes, well, I think it's suffered retribution enough. Yeah, because his name was published in it. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It cost me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, am I that? Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. In this case, it's hate. Definitely. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough! Enough, he says. Stop this endless drivel about my life. I will actually stop this endless drivel about his life for like 2 minutes because I desperately need a very short break. I'm so sorry. I will be right back.
so sorry about that. I am back, and I also managed to catch a cat on the way. Alrighty. What? Wow. Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, that's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. You just wanted to talk with the cats, exactly. What are you doing? But they struggled on with the hypothesis anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Oh, there's another one. Hello! 2 cats on one stream. Hello! Hey! Hello! I know why. It's because I put new bed sheets and everything on the bed, and the cats really love it when the bed is freshly made. You like that? Yeah, you like that. The straw that broke the camel's back has nothing to do with your hate for the victim or the fact that was the reason you got thrown out. It's like saying, I mean, it wasn't the first time I was stealing pieces of candy. It doesn't matter, you see a cop for stealing candy this time. Pet the cats, okay. Hello. Hello. You were getting pats from chat? Yes. I can't pet the other one right now because he's too far away. No, he's already leaving again. The cats are stinky. No, they're very clean. They're not stinky. You're a very clean boy. Yes. You're a very clean boy. Will the clean boy let me play my game? To the cats, we love them anyways. Okay. Sad loves you. Don't bite me, please. No pats if you bite me. Sooner or later you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. But you got an entire fucking trophy. Being forced out of the university because of Logate was the best thing that could have happened to me. Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead, show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent? You've got an entire trophy though. Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There's no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future.
Good gracious. Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Rabba? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Assman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago you ruined your life, it's evidently clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. Which is his good right, to be fair. The truth is, finally, he's going to fold. No, I don't think we're through yet. Who just said hold it? Oh, she did. Of course she did. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on a condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No, what? Huh? Okay. That's an interesting confession. Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself, it was the professor again staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. Ooh, a piece of paper. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Be patient, we're going to find out. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. I want more information? Yes, you're admitting to something. I want more information, though. Because this doesn't really tell me much. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing. At all. Huh? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. We'll see about that. Order! Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zieks? Yes. I hope you accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I don't like what her face did there for a second. I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. No, 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 no. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has submitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean... At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? I have an objection. We don't know how exactly they did it. Yet. I want to know how. It's all nice and well that she goes, "Oh, I admit," but I want to know how she did it. None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence. Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. I do. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is... more testimony. I want to know how she did it. The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon? We demand one final testimony.
Get ready.
You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume. Why are you playing it now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth. The whole truth. And a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight... Yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I will do exactly that. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client. And to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point to protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination. Oh! Pray forgive my careless handling of the hallowed bottle. I slept. That's what you call it? What is your objection, Lord Van Zieks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid! If there's more to this case than has yet to come to light, then I will join my alert friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. Yes! You what? Lord Van Zieks. That's what I like about him. This is most irregular to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Dr. Drebber. Mr. Drebber. Dr. Drebber? Very well. Mr. Drebber. I need a drink. Excuse me. The waxwork plot. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and a note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. And now it's out in the open? Ooh. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems. And all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. I am an adult man! So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the crystal tower instead of under the stage. That's all. That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. Yeah, right, that's why they didn't let anyone close to the scene. Because this very new special forensic team had to look at stuff. We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe the testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? Well, it's because you British people are so doggedly going out of your way to make my life hard. Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Let's fucking go! When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this? Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that hairbrain alone could have killed Asman. So, you mean that was you doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor. I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. Oh. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. Give me something to eat. How did you convince them to continue? We basically just went, no, we don't think this is all yet. And then Van Zieks also went, If he thinks there's more to uncover, then I will help my learned friend to see to the truth. That's how we're still going. What do you get to eat? And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word. What is it, Mr. Sato? Something about Dr. Sai's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe. Just some cereals? Ah, good idea. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh, thank you for the posture check. Oh, which part? What I want her to supplement her testimony with is what she did to the victim. Knack. Yeah, those were my fingers, actually. Those were my fingers this time around. How you stabbed Mr. Asman in the chest? That part. Fine, if that's what you want. But there's really no need to point. The prosecution concurs. Oh, I'm gonna get you, lady. Very well, you will supplement your testimony now, witness. If you wish, my lord. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in a toppled cage and plunged a screwdriver into the chest. Did you now? Did you now? I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in her last statement of yours, is just one point? That seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death. The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it. Bruh, just let me keep talking, damn. Yes, we've already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Thank you! Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement? Look closely at the blood stain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downward direction towards the man's feet. And why is that significant, Counsel? Because it would mean he was stabbed while he was still standing up, no? Why would the blood flow downwards if he was already lying down? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Ah, of course, no, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable.
Ah, I got you now.
Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Assman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication.
I can almost smell it.
I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man? I love it when they go, man! Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony? The stabbing of the victim. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would. Which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord. That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No, that is a misapprehension. She doesn't like it. That means we're on the right track. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But he didn't die yet. But Mr. Assman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. So she just stabbed him full front. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Mr. Odie Assman's killer wasn't a defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain. Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Wait, but why would she kill him? Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? Oh? Oh, what's happening? You hoped that by admitting to be an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now you're making all this up, as if I would do something like that.
Oh! Suzuki said an objection.
I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Logic, don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. Yeah, where would she have put the murder weapon? I know exactly where she would have put it. What do you mean? I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. We're lacking a motive. Oh, never mind. Okay, she's talking about the motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Assman? Assman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder, but there's no known connection to Dr. Sight there. I'll find one. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story. No, when you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Assman, something did come to mind. What? What was the council? Enlighten the court at once. Ooh, let's go for it. This has to be the final thing, right? Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Syfe would have wanted to kill Mr. Assman. The 500 scalpels? Like the screwdriver, no. The screwdriver wasn't even Assman's. The iron mask doesn't have anything to do with it, so it can only be the scalpels, but I don't see how. It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels. Did you say scalpels? Oh, we were right. It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. These people got fists of steel always tearing the wood, right? It has to hurt. You, come on out with it. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. $500 scalpels a month? At first I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Oh, that makes more sense. I was like, what's wrong with the scalpels? But she just needed to cover up the money going. Assman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. Oh. 10 years ago, when Mr. Assman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Syfe's darkest secret that he would use to wreak money from her for the next decade. Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean? Oh. I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So it all ties back to just that one evening, huh? So in the end you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Assman in the heart with all your might. To silence a blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. I hope I will find out by the end of this game, because that is it is. It's a giant fucking clusterfuck. That entire backstory of the professor, and this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fates had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know? They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypothesis, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it? You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim? Yes, I admit it. I did it all, in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Assman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Assman, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago, if your account of those events was all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model, in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Scythe to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Assman turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who'd handed that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise a plan. No, I'm not going to go for a full 5 hours. I'm going to stop once we reach the end of this case, I think. What a horrid tale. Because I can't. I was out the entire day, breathing air through a mask, so my throat doesn't feel very nice. I was talking a lot today. Normally when I play this game, I try to not talk too much over Saturday. So I have enough of my voice still left, but today I was out and about the entire day, so I was talking a lot. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hands at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. Yeah, why not? I think he has a very valid point. Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. Lord Van Zieks, what of Dr. Scythe? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days along with Mr. Draber. A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain. Yes. It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you absolved the full guild. This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. Me, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy, I've been selfish and self-centered and above all, a fool. Professor. I spent my life thinking of nothing but my research, misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. What? Don't tie yourself with the same brush as Draber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Lord Van Zieks. And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Oh. Thank you, Baroque. Well, he is your friend. He would have great words to cheer someone up. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, yes, my lord. It is the court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections? None from me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever. What's that? Is that Nancy? It's over? I don't know what's become of the yacht these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant hot milky. Whoa, 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 whoa! Yay! Ah, so bright. Court is adjourned. Bum. It's over. That was some trial. Yep. It sure was. 24th of October, 4:33 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is, it is. Congratulations, Professor Harebrain. Mr. Naruhodo, Miss Susato, I'm truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation. Thank you for the pat! Right now, you know, if I had a research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so... We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Oh dear. Well, what can I do? How about this? As a memento, the paper about my hypothesis is in sight. Well, just as a memento then, thank you. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now? Oh my, yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis on my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can allow that. You're in the wrong antechamber, bro! Lord Von Visix, what are you doing here? Rock. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. You're one of the few true fans I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution, or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? I always knew that you had my best interests at heart, don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, I want you to get out of London so you don't accidentally die by whoever is actually... Someone is definitely working behind the scenes to make Van Zieks the Reaper. It has to be some artificial doing. Someone is very much killing people. Man is warming up to yes! Soon he will eat. Like, you know, he's warming up to me and soon I will have him eating out of my hand. You must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there you cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. But no, hold on a minute, Barak. What about the great exhibition? This is a chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No sightseeing. Albert, give up on the idea. Man, you have to look at the designs of both the Phoenix Wright and Edgeworth from the very original, like the original pixel art. These men are so wide, you could put them in some very interesting settings and they would look right at home. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Burrow. Lord Van Zieks. What's all this about? A necessary precaution. Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zieks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reapers prosecuted. Yeah, because he's on the other side of the world. You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those on the Reaper's sides meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are scared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. But Baroque! Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zieks? In court where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Herbert. Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Oh, sure! Anyway, goodbye for now. I think I can manage to get to Germany. Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes! I thought you were gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Oh, what? Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. Oh, what's going on? The Enigma Baroque Van Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer waits in the courtroom, I suppose. He goes then. I want to see Van Zieks to sit with Naruto and a nice happy picnic at the end. I wonder if that's going to happen. I hope we could become friends by the end. I hope we could become friends. 24th October, 4:58 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. So, are you satisfied? You saved a godless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence could be proven. Cliffhanger ending. No, we're going to see it. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Oh! Yeah, to an extent. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens. He was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh! Oh! If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. He was a minor! One day Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese. So, you've actually met my father? Wait, who is it? It's the father, the judge, and someone else. He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks, truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway, so he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. Well, that's to be expected, your brother died. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man soon ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you going to tell me who the professor is? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up at war. What? A war between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... You mean to say the professor was... a Japanese guy?
今日審理が終わった時、時が来た。そう思った。貴公たちがこの恐るべき殺人鬼と対面する時が。
I can't believe they gave him fucking Tsuda Kenjiro as a voice actor. It's perfect. I love the guy.
人形の館の女主人から仮面の鍵を借り受けた。その目でしかと確かめるがいい。10年前の真実。
これがプロフェッサーの正体。
その通り。
今まで考えたこともありませんでした。英国犯罪史上最悪の事件。その殺人鬼の正体が日本人だったなんて。
Huh. I don't know this person.
待ってください。この面影、どこかで見たことがある。そんな気がいたします。
Oh. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, why are you screaming? Oh fuck, it's a Japanese guy. Why are you... Wait, why is he screaming? Mm-hmm.
父上。父上。あ、葬儀。僕の親友、麻生
He's not dead!
すべての記憶を取り戻して
Why is his uniform so fucking form-fitted? Like, it's glued to his body.
Hi!
なるほど
Naruto. Oh no, don't start crying.
久しぶりだな
It's been a while.
友よ
カズマ様
御言葉法務女子 長い間ご苦労だった礼を言う私の代わりに友をここに導いてくれた
They're not going to kiss, but at least please give him a
やっ
hug.
ぱり
Come on,
生きていたんだなハソギ
a hug.
貴様にも礼を言わねばならない何しろそいつを守ってくれたのだからな
あ
I'm guessing you gave him
ハ
the
ソギの
outfit.
家に代々伝わる名刀
Huh?
カルマ
What? Whose outfit? The only people I could give an outfit
日
to
本を
was
出発する
to
時あいつが身に帯びていた
Ryunosuke, Mikotoba, and Holmes.
日本人の魂でありいつもそばに置いておきたい
I can't give outfits to anyone else.
そしてあの事件が起こって僕は須里さんからこの刀を託されたんだお前が残した思いとともに
He's still alive!
こいつ
He's
がある
still
と
alive!
いつもお前が見守ってくれている気がしていた
This looks like one of those outfits. Yeah, but he's been wearing that the entire time.
やっとたどり着きました父上
父上まさかお前知っていたのかその面影だけど
I want him to get this big move, me too.
殺人鬼の正体が麻生木一馬の父だったなんて
What are you doing? Huh? You know it was a lot of hard work to put together that wax model, no?
カズマ様
なるほど貴様と積もる話はあるが
Mm-hmm.
今はその時ではない
Mm-hmm.
また会おう
Mato. Who's his voice actor? I know the voice, but I can't place it. What the fuck?
麻生木一馬は僕たちを残して法廷から出て行った
What the hell? Oh, you're still here. He's a living afterimage of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Sogi, my best friend. Boyfriend. 3 months ago when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there, some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Because He has something to do with all that shebang. Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeek's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia too. The man was apprehended, even executed, but his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Sure. Oh. Yo, can everyone in this game fucking teleport or what? 10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Susato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her too. She's never talked about this with me before though. Oh my god, everyone has issues in this game. Like genuine issues. Genuine family issues. I'm not saying this to be haha but about it, but actual issues. Because their families are fucked up. Can I finish that without it? Now I know this confused. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son. A boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Sogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
親友は束の間僕たちの前に姿を現して再び消えた。
Well, I mean, at least we know that he's alive. That's a plus point for me. Okay.
巨大な運命の車輪が回り始める。きしむような音を聞いた気がした。それは確かに何かが始まり、何かが終わるきっかけだった。
Oh my god. So, what's the rest of the game going to be about? Finding out the truth on what happened those 10 years ago? Why would Kazuma's dad kill a bunch of aristocracy members? Why was he not dead but still, I don't know, I guess kind of buried alive? Why was he then shot again? Ba 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 ba. That's a lot of things we have uncovered but not actually seen. Episode 4, Twisted Karma and his last bow. That's nice. But not right now. Not right now. Oh my god. There's so many things we're going to see. It's going to take a while probably. I don't know how long this game is going to go on for. I am like, it's so hard for me because I want to like, fuck, I want to know everything that's going on, but then I obviously can't read as long. Thank you for the pad. I did it. Yes, we finished chapter 3. That means we have 2 more chapters left, but it's going to take a long time probably. It's not just like 2 chapters. It's probably going to take, I don't know, a long time. Wording newer. What? What did I say? What did I say? What was wrong about what I said? But yeah. We finished chapter 3. We have 2 more chapters left, but we're not going to do those today, obviously. We're going to be continuing this game for yet a few more weeks. Definitely. Oh my god, but I want to know what the end is about. I want to see what the truth is.
Hope we find it out soon. I'm so glad. I am so glad we got this far. Now the question is just... excuse me. The question is just... Who do I send you guys to? Who's streaming? Who's doing cool stuff? Should we just say hello to Lyri? Lyri is playing It Takes Two together with I'm sorry, I don't know this person. I sent you guys to Lyri when they were playing It Takes Two as a collab, but I don't actually know the person that the collab is done with. But still, fun, right? I think it sounds like a fun idea. So let's do exactly that. Oh my god, I can't believe I finally managed chapter 3. Kazuma is alive! Yeah! There's a big fucking secret we have to uncover somehow. I am ready. Thank you for the nice stream once again. Have a nice yawn. Yeah, I'm going. I'm gonna sleep. I'm gonna go to sleep right the fuck now. I'm really tired. But yeah, tomorrow it's going to be Hotel Dusk for real this time. Go the heck to sleep, I will. But tomorrow's going to be Hotel Dusk. We'll continue that one. Yeah. That's what we're going to do. I wish you all a very, very good night. Thank you so much for coming as always. Here's the raid message. Thanks for stream. Have a good night. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Let me quickly switch this up. Let me put on the ending song before I say goodbye to everyone. Here it is. I wish you all a very, very good night. Thank you so much for coming. See you tomorrow or some other time. Good night. And bye-bye.